Hey, Farrell, what's up? Chess, huh? I enjoy that game, surprisingly. Yeah, it still doesn't create a situation where I want anything to do with fork knife. Absolutely fucking not. Even though Jar Jar Binks, despite what the majority of so-called fans lay claim to, is hands down one of the best characters that we've ever seen. In Star Wars. And furthermore, and I've talked about this before, Jar Jar got screwed by the fans. Like, fans are pissed at the variation of Jar Jar we got. But early leaks of the character would have had Jar Jar be a much different character in the prequel trilogy. A much more dangerous and more badass character. It's even stated that one of the original possible intentions for the character was that Jar Jar was going to be a Sith Lord. And fans got an early leak of that, and they got all pissy, and we got fucked. So because of so-called fans' outrage at the early leak of the initial concept for the Jar Jar Binks character, Jar Jar himself got fucked, which fucked the fans. So realistically, fans only have themselves to blame for what Jar Jar was. So if they're gonna be pissed at anybody, those alleged fans should be pissed at themselves. Especially considering we got that recent Lego Star Wars movie that showed just how frightening and how amazing Darth Jar Jar really could have been had we gotten him. What's up, Pixie? What's up, Ducky? See, Pixie, I myself don't smell. It's just the gas that occasionally pops from my ass. That's what smells. Yeah, but see, again, Blue Dagger. That's the entire point. And I'm only talking about the Jar Jar issue because my buddy Farrell came in and said that apparently Jar Jar's in Fork Knife now. I guess thinking that might entice me to rejoin Fork Knife. It won't. Never again. And it just, you know, it reminds me of the fact that we got, as fans, an early release concept or set of concepts for the character of Jar Jar Binks, and the one that George Lucas was leaning towards was Darth Jar Jar. And from what I've heard, the live-action variation of Darth Jar Jar would have been way more frightening than Darth Maul. Certainly more frightening than Darth Tyrannus, who turned out to be a giant fucking pussy. I'm not sorry to say that. Darth Tyrannus, Count Dooku, was a giant pussy. My God, you could have just not had him in the prequel films at all, and it really wouldn't have changed the fucking prequels in any appreciable way. Like, he was just a giant fuckwad. I hated him so much because the character writing for him was terrible. That's the problem. Like, the actor did an admirable job of bringing the character to life, but the writing of the character was fucking terrible. Darth Tyrannus, aka Count Dooku, ended up being fucking pointless. And the character variation that was initially released, or at least one of them, for Jar Jar Binks, was Jar Jar was going to be a Sith. It was going to be Darth Jar Jar. And Darth Jar Jar, what I understand of that variation of the character for the initial leak was pretty frightening. He was going to be one badass dude. And fans, the fan community, the so-called fans, got a hold of that leak and went ballistic and were like, no, we can't have this, it's so stupid, and blah, 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 blah. And George Lucas was like, okay, if this is what most of the fans are going to say about it, I'll completely change the concept and I'll make him the dumbest comedy act Star Wars has ever seen, and we'll just go with that. So that's what happened. Fans fucked Jar Jar Binks over. Jar Jar had the potential, as one of the original concepts for the character, to be one of the most badass characters in existence for Star Wars. And the fans got a hold of a leak of that early concept and were like, we can't have this. This is dumb. Let's cancel him. And so Lucas listened to the fans, which I understand even Lucas at this point has stated on at least one occasion, possibly more, that he shouldn't have done this. But Lucas stated to the fan, listened to the fans and said, okay, I'll just make him the comedy act for the fucking prequels. And that'll be that. That'll be the Jar Jar Binks that the fans get, because apparently that's what they want. And thus Jar Jar Binks was born. And then fans get pissed because Jar Jar was a dumbass. They're like, well, this character's so stupid, let's cancel him again. Well, first off, you fucking morons, how the fuck you think you're gonna cancel the same character twice? Like, how the fuck you think that's gonna work? Let's be fucking real here. How the fuck you think that's gonna work? How are you gonna cancel the same goddamn character twice? Secondly, the reason the character was as stupid as it was, in terms of how the character was written and everything, is because of you fucking Star Wars so-called fans having a hiss fit because he was initially supposed to be a Sith Lord. And a badass Sith at that. So the reason we got the Jar Jar we got is because of you idiots. So what the fuck are you bitching about? You can't have your cake and eat it too with this. It's one or the other. And, we initially were going to get the one. You said no to that. Lucas listened to you, gave you what you wanted, and then you didn't fucking want that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, holy shit, get your heads out of your asses. And frankly, I like the comedic relief variation of Jar Jar. I really did. For comedy characters in Star Wars, and we've had our share. I mean, Han was kind of a comedic relief character. R2 and 3PO were comedic relief, obviously. Leia had some moments in the original trilogy here and there, though I wouldn't necessarily consider her the comedic relief character. Let's see, who else? We had some really good comedic relief moments with Chewbacca. There were some great comedic relief moments with Yoda and several of the mid or lower tier members of the Rebel Alliance. Like, there were a lot of comedic relief moments and several actual comedic relief characters in the original trilogy. We even had a couple, like, young Anakin was absolutely a comedic relief character. I don't care what anybody says. the way that part was written, that kid was hilarious. I loved young Anakin Skywalker in episode 1. Funny as hell. The battle droids, the B-1 battle droids, starting, you know, late in episode 1 and proceeding all the way through episode 3 were fucking hilarious. Even more so in the Clone Wars cartoon, which is hands down one of the best Star Wars shows that's ever been produced. The Clone Wars cartoon was great, and the B-1 battle droids were funny as fuck. Like, we got a ton of comedic relief style characters, or characters with really great comedic relief moments. We didn't need Jar Jar to fill that particular role. But that's what the fans demanded when they heard about the initial concept or concepts for the character. They're like, no, that's not what we want, that's not what we should have, blah, blah, blah. And they threw a fucking fit, and so we got Jar Jar the comedic relief character. And it blows my mind that fans could be so pissy about the initial concept or concept for the character, basically forcing Lucas to change it to what we actually got, and then they get pissed at what they actually got because that's what they asked for, but apparently that's not what they wanted. Again, you cannot have your cake and fucking eat it too on this. That's not how any of this fucking works. If you get an early leak of concepts for a character in a film you're looking forward to, and you don't like it and you complain about it in a publicly enough manner that the character gets changed to something completely opposite of what the leak said were the initial concept or concepts, and then you get pissed because the character was changed and you don't like what it was changed to from the early leak concept or concepts, then you're just an asshole that will never be fucking satisfied with anything. Like, straight up, that's the long and short of it. You've got to learn to accept what we're given when it comes to movies and TV shows and cartoons and anime. You simply cannot go, I don't like this character, or I don't like the early leak that gives a concept or concepts for this character, so I'm going to bitch about it, and I'm going to force the character to be changed, and then the character gets changed, and you hate what the character gets changed to. You can't bitch about that at that point. You got what you wanted. You got enough people to go along with you when the leak of the character concept or concepts potentially was dropped, and you hated it apparently. So you got enough people to go along with you to fucking change that. And then when the changed character finally debuts in the show or the movie or the anime or the cartoon or the manga or the comic or whatever form of media it is, and you don't like that character, at that point you have lost all right to bitch, moan, whine, and complain about the character. It's that fucking simple. Like, we got a similar issue back in the 80s with one of the most popular American cartoons of all time to date. Alright? This is something that's been going for almost 40 years, if not over 40 years at this point. That's Transformers, which all technically started in Japan. It's a Japanese anime that was one of the first animes that really got adapted to an American variation. It was DBZ, Thundercats, Transformers, and I think there was like one other in the 80s and the early 90s that got adapted over here. So it was essentially, it was America's first true introduction to Japanese anime. But in Transformers G1, in the movie that bridged the gap between season 2 and season 3 of the show, Optimus Prime was killed and a new Prime arose, Rodimus Prime, formerly Hot Rod. I loved Hot Rod. I loved him. I thought Hot Rod was an amazing character. I thought fucking Rodimus Prime had so much potential. But fans got pissed and complained to their parents, so their parents threw a hissy fit, and we lost Rodimus Prime. And then Optimus came back, and it wasn't the same. Especially since he basically came back as a whiny little cunt, even whinier than he had been before. And fans were unhappy with that. Fans were unhappy with the fact that there were like 3 different resurrections of Prime before the resurrection stuck and Prime became a permanently alive Autobot again. But they had no problem with the bitch version of Megatron that Megatron got turned into, aka Galvatron, who was even more useless than Prime was. They had no problem with that. They loved that. So this isn't an issue that's started or centers on Jar Jar Binks. It's an issue that's been going on off and on for decades at this point. I've seen it happen to so many characters in shows, movies, cartoons, anime, comics, manga, all that, where, you know, you get a leak for an initial concept or set of concepts for a character, and, you know, so-called fans bitch about it, so the concept or concepts get dropped, the character gets changed, complete 180 from what was initially put into the leak and released to the public, and then people get pissed because the changed character to them sucks or whatever it is. They're all mad about it. And, you know, then they bitch about the new version of the character, the official version, and they complain about that. Like, no. At that point, you don't get to fucking bitch about it. You had your chance. You logged your complaints. This is what you asked for. If you don't like what you asked for, maybe you should have kept your fucking mouth shut and let the original, you know, concept or concepts of the character come out, see how it played, and then see if you had a reason to bitch to begin with. I love that the latest Lego movie for Star Wars brought Darth Jar Jar in. It is well past time we actually got the concept of that character that we should have gotten originally. It is well past time. And the kicker is, and I fucking love this, and if you're not far enough to have seen it yet, I will warn you, this is a little bit of a spoiler for the Clone Wars cartoon. But here's the best kicker in the book. The comedic variation of Jar Jar Binks in at least one episode or set of episodes got to fake play at being a Sith Lord for a period of time during 1 or 2 episodes in the Clone Wars cartoon, and it was fantastic. Fan reception to how this came about and what happened was absolutely through the roof. We loved it. And the best part is, a lot of the fans that bitched about the leak concept of Darth Jar Jar in episodes 1 through 3 were some of the same fans, a lot of the same fans, who fell in love with those episodes and loved watching Jar Jar play fake a Sith Lord through 1 or 2 episodes, at least in the show of the Clone Wars. They had absolutely nothing negative to say at that point, which just further goes to prove to me, having, been alive and paying attention and watching this all happen from the start with the character of Jar Jar, it just further proves to me that had Lucas stuck to his guns and made Jar Jar a Sith the way it was apparently originally intended to, according to the leak, he would have been one of the best characters in the entire prequel trilogy. And the entire prequel trilogy would have played out a lot differently. And Darth Jar Jar would have stuck around for a long time. Like, you would have seen him throughout the Clone Wars series. You would have seen him throughout some of the connecting series to the Clone Wars, like Star Wars Rebels, and what's the other one? Because there's a third one that's kind of connected to the Clone Wars series. It's not Rebels. Rebels is the one with Kanan Jarrus, if I remember correctly. God damn it, I'm gonna have to look this the fuck up. Luckily, I could do that relatively quickly. So I have Disney Plus. That's got all the shit. So we have Clone Wars, we have Rebels. Yeah, Rebels was the one with Kanan Jarrus. So I did remember. Resistance. That's the other one I'm thinking of. Like, we could have seen appearances of Darth Jar Jar in all of that. We could have seen Darth Jar Jar make an appearance in the Ahsoka series, in the possibly the Obi-Wan series, even though that was way too short. Like, Darth Jar Jar could have been everywhere. Bad Batch is another one we could have seen Darth Jar Jar come around in a couple of times. Like, just the concept of the character is an amazing concept from what I understand it was intended to be. But it's a case of what cancel culture was originally having been twisted 180 degrees and gone completely wrong and utterly out of control. That's what this is. This is the cancel culture that was basically started by Gen X through our parents, the baby boomers and silent gen. And 40 years down the road, it's been twisted so much that it's not what it's supposed to be. It's this twisted, vile, evil version where basically anything or anyone can get canceled at any time because one person starts bitching about it. And they don't even have to have a valid reason. The Bayformers, Transformers films. Hey! A sub! I'm not seeing it though. I see you're here. I see you followed me, which, thank you. Absolutely, thank you. I recently hit the 1,500 followers mark, though I don't see that as very much of an achievement, because like 98% of those followers don't ever show up in my channel. I'd be surprised to find out that they even know that they're still following me. And I don't know who most of them are. But, I mean, 1,500 followers, big benchmark. Proud of that. But getting back to what I was saying, and Madara, I invite you to leave your comments with this. We're talking about cancel culture and its impact on various forms of media. We've talked about Transformers and Rodimus Prime, what happened there. We've talked about what happened with Jar Jar Binks, and now I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of what happened with the Michael Bay Transformers films, or Bayformers, as they're popularly known. Now, personally, I'm a big fan of the Bayformers. I think Michael Bay did a wonderful job with the movies. The characters look realistic. A lot of them aren't whiny little cunts like they are in most other Transformers media. My biggest surprise is Optimus. While Optimus is still a whiny bitch to a degree in the Bayformers films, he's actually not nearly as terrible about it as he is in almost any other variation of him in any other form of media for Transformers. Cartoons, animes, whatever. Oh, fuck Megan Fox. She's a dirty little cunt. She deserved to get canceled. If you looked into her history and the bullshit that she's pulled on so many different things, yeah, she absolutely fucking deserved cancellation. She is an entitled little cunt with her head up her ass, and I can't fucking stand Megan Fox. Fuck that bitch. I don't ever want to see her name again. She doesn't deserve popularity with the shit that she's pulled. Like, you hear about what Charlie Sheen's been like behind the scenes on movies and shows and stuff that he's been involved in. You've heard about how he's been an asshole behind the scenes and in his personal life. He's had a lot of fucking problems. And we don't deny that. And to a degree, I would agree if somebody said that maybe we should cancel Charlie Sheen. I would agree with you to a point. Because he has absolutely demonstrated time after time after time that he deserves cancellation. His drug addictions, his alcohol addictions, his abuse issues, all well deserving of him being canceled. At the same time, though, Charlie Sheen's body of work speaks against canceling Charlie Sheen. As much as he's had problems in his personal life and behind the scenes, and he has, it is well fucking documented. The fact that he has managed to put out the body of work that he has, and it's been as good as it's been, from the movie Men at Work back in like the late 80s or early 90s on up to now with shows like, you know, 2.5 Men, that speaks for Charlie Sheen not getting canceled. Because it shows that no matter how fucked up he's been, and may yet be in his personal life and behind the scenes of any project he's involved in, when it's game time, Charlie Sheen puts his pedal to the metal and puts his all into his performances. And that says to me, this is a man that needs a lot of help. But at the same time, it's a man who knows what to do and how to do it, and not just gets the job done, but is one of the best performers and actors of my generation. And I'm almost 46. I have seen a lot of damn good performers, a lot of damn good actors and actresses. I rank Charlie Sheen towards the top of that list. The performances he's given in various films and shows and whatnot have been top tier, top quality. Megan Fox, on the other hand, I've seen her performances in at least 3 or 4 things that she's been in. And there's only one thing I've seen Megan Fox in where I thought she was any good. And that's just barely any good. And that's a movie called Jennifer's Body. And I've only seen it once so far, so that's kind of more of an initial assessment. I'd have to rewatch it 2 or 3 more times to get a better feel for the entirety of the film before I could definitively say that I thought she was at least barely good in the film. But she was shit in Transformers. She was shit in several other things I've seen the bitch in. And behind the scenes, she is one of the most entitled, stuck-up, selfish, arrogant pieces of shit to ever disgrace the world of acting. She has alienated so many people from ever wanting to work with her again. Even Shia LaBeouf, who I understand has been a real piece of shit behind the scenes and in his personal life too. But Shia LaBeouf has given some pretty solid performances in a lot of the parts that he's had. And even Shia LaBeouf, I understand, has come out and said, yeah, the 2 times I did a film with Megan, were enough. More than enough. I don't ever want to do any work with her again, if it could be avoided. Okay, when you got a guy who acknowledges he is pretty fucked up personally, in his personal life and behind the scenes, and that he's working to change himself, when you got a guy like that who comes out and confirms all the other reports from like various directors and actors and actresses and producers and shit, that Megan Fox is the piece of shit that she's been spoken about being, you know it's bad. You know it's fucking bad. You know that, you know, yeah, Megan is a world-class super cunt who doesn't deserve anything. And Shia LaBeouf, from what I understand, is a pretty laid-back fucking dude. At least while he's doing his performances in his role as an actor, he's pretty fucking laid back. I understand it takes quite a bit to piss the guy off. And apparently he is less than happy with Megan Fox, to put it politely. So that says something right there. Like, I've even heard a rumor that one of the most personally fucked up in his personal life and behind the scenes actors of all time, Charlie Sheen, has stated, I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, I've only heard the rumor a few times, I've heard Charlie Sheen has stated that he will never do a show or a film of any kind with Megan Fox. For a man who is that fucked up personally and has only recently begun really seeking to change himself and get the help he needs, if that statement is true, if he said that, again, it goes to show the quality of the person that Megan Fox pretends to be versus what she actually is. Because you see Megan Fox in public. You know, you've seen her at red carpets and shit like that, where she plays this kind, gentle soul. That is probably the only truly great acting she's ever done in her life. Because everybody that has worked with her has pretty much come out and said, she's a cunt, and we want nothing more to do with her. Even Michael Bay, who has done several films outside of Transformers with Megan Fox, has thrown her off sets and shit on multiple occasions. And has stated, I don't want to work with her again because she's just a bitch and I don't want to deal with it. But turns around and keeps working with her. Which says something about the quality of person that Michael Bay is, in terms of his judgment. But getting back to the Bayformer films, people whine, bitch, moan, and complain about those. And I've talked to a lot of the people I've heard doing it. I've talked to a couple of dozen quote-unquote fans who have bitched, whined, moaned, and complained about the Bayformers films. And I've listened to their complaints that they initially present. I then proceed to destroy those complaints. And then I tend to ask a single question. And at least 7 out of 10 times, they end up admitting that I'm right on this. I proceed to ask them, is the real reason that you hate Bayformers so much, allegedly, because it's such a turnaround from G1, but still has some ties to the G1 series? And almost universally, the answer becomes yes. They expected, apparently, the majority of the fan base expected that when Michael Bay was slated to make live-action Transformers movies, that he was going to basically do a live-action copy and paste of Transformers G1. And when that's not what we got, when we got this dark, gritty storylines with these dark, gritty, very realistic looking characters, fans got pissed and tried to cancel it. You know, I said try because we're still getting films from Michael Bay and Transformers. There's now like 6 or 7 of them, with the recent one that brought in Beast War era Transformers. And the planned reboot that started with the Bumblebee movie basically ended with the Bumblebee movie. Nothing ever really came of it. And that Bumblebee movie is what, 5 years old at this point? The solo Bumblebee movie? It's what, 5 or 6 years old at this point? And fans were like, well, you need to reboot all this. And they were like, okay, well, we'll do this movie. And everybody loves the Bumblebee movie. I love the Bumblebee movie. I thought the Bumblebee movie was amazing. Hands down, one of the best live-action Transformers movies to date was the live-action Bumblebee solo movie. The Beast Wars movie, or the movie that brought in the Beast Wars characters, was fucking phenomenal too. I fucking loved it. And my understanding is most fans love that movie. But this just goes to show the hypocrisy that has been demonstrated by the majority of the so-called fan base, and the attempted cancellation, and why it was such a bitch move by the so-called fans when it comes to the live-action Bayformers movies. There are parts to the films I hate. I hated Devastator. I really hated Devastator. I felt that the variation of Devastator we got was terrible. Terrifying, no doubt. But I felt that that variation didn't do justice to what the character of Devastator is in Transformers. I felt he was a joke character, he was a pussy, and he got beaten by 2 of the worst Transformers ever. Like, that version of Devastator got beat by the 2 Transformers that in their alt mode combined to form a fucking old-fashioned ice cream truck. They weren't fighters, they were morons. And they somehow beat Devastator. Like, the fuck was up with that? The baby Dinobots in The Last Night, I felt were a terrible idea. They made no fucking sense whatsoever, considering that Transformers, even those with animal alt forms, are more or less mechanical beings. Even the Beast Wars Transformers from the Beast Wars era were only a small portion biological versus primarily and almost entirely mechanical in nature. So, baby beast Transformers made no sense. So the itty bitty Dinobots were fucking retarded. A very stupid addition. And I'm glad they only got like a brief amount of screen time. And there's a few other things here and there that I wasn't entirely happy with. I kind of was unhappy with how Laserbeak got played. Where Laserbeak was not a cassette transformer. I wasn't really happy with the movie's version of Ravage. I understand why they were what they were, but I thought they could have been better and better done. And Ravage especially, I thought, got kind of fucked in terms of fans really getting a chance to know it and, you know, possibly fall in love with him. And there's another couple things here or there that I'm not entirely happy with the live action Transformers films. But overall, at least an 8 out of 10 for each movie. Bumblebee's a 10 out of 10. The one with the Beast Wars Transformers in it is a 10 out of 10. All the others are 8 out of 10. So you're going to average out for the, like, what, 7 films now at, like, around a 7 or 8 out of 10 as an average. Maybe a 9 out of 10. Overall, I thought the Bayformers films have been spectacular. I've really enjoyed them. Compelling stories, compelling characters, one of the best, if not the best version of Optimus Prime I've ever seen. The scariest and best version of Megatron I've ever been blessed to see. Starscream finally got some justice. Bumblebee got some justice after 40 years. It's about fucking time. Jazz got fucked. I loved Ironhide. My God, I loved Ironhide. And his death was impactful. Spectacularly done. Like, overall, there's not much to complain about with the Bayformers films. But again, so-called fans did make every attempt in the book to try to cancel the films. They did. And they failed. Miserably. And justifiably, they failed. But again, it's another example of what cancel culture was versus what it is now, and how epically it's failed since it really came to be a thing back in the 1980s with the Transformers G1 cartoon. And now that I've gotten, like, all of that off of my chest, I need to go take a piss, grab me some coffee. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. Y'all hang tight. You guys should be fucking proud of me. That was like an hour-long fucking dissertation where I'm holding back an extreme need to take a piss, and I have no goddamn coffee. I don't know how I did that. Well, half hour long anyways. Alright, so I'll recap. In terms of side missions, I'm basically caught up. There's just a couple I've got to do. And those are monster battles that I am so not ready to do yet. I've actually tried one of them a couple of different times, and I got my ass beat pretty badly. So, what I've decided to do is there are dress spears in this game that I haven't gotten yet. I am attempting to locate those dress spears. One of the dress spears I'm looking for is supposed to be around here somewhere. I think I may have found quite possibly what I'm looking for. Yes! Finally fucking found it. I spent like a quarter of my stream yesterday looking for that fucking thing. It's supposed to be one of the strongest dress spears in the game. Alright. How you doing, buddy? Well, I'm working on acquiring a couple of dress spears in the game that I don't currently have. That once leveled properly might help me with a couple of side quests that I am struggling with at the moment. Holy shit. We'll give it a shot. Alright. Didn't work exactly the way I thought it would. It's alright. Oh shit, I missed the Pokemon. Oh well, it happens. Alright, that's annoying. I need to find Clasco. Where is this guy? supposed to be out here somewhere. Yeah, but where out here is he? That's not what you're not telling me that. Couple of areas out here I could check for him. Next area to check is gonna be down here. I'm finding useful shit, but I'm not... Check every fucking nook and cranny. It's just a rock. Or a rain. What the hell is that? That's interesting. You know, when there's a mini mission that was kind of part of the big mission in this place. I missed rescuing 3 people because I could not get to those additional chambers you saw listed on the map. And I'm willing to bet the people I missed were in those chambers. Because I looked everywhere. Mount Gagazet. Not where I need to be looking for the guy I'm looking for. Make sure I check the calm lands as thoroughly as I can. There's a dress spear out here called the Alchemist. It's supposed to be apparently really, really good. Does in this game what Riku did as part of her thief class stuff in Final Fantasy X, according to the description I'm reading. And if I remember my land's geography from 10 correctly, and if it translates the way I think it does, from 10 to 10.2, there'll be a secret path up here, I think in this particular area. Yep, here we go. Nice. Didn't locate the gentleman I'm looking for. Hello, Mr. D. I will be passing the unknown ghost train to you in about 25 minutes or so. Shouldn't have to remind you, but make sure you're on about 15 minutes early, ahead of your slot. And please make sure that you have access in case you get frozen out or whatever, to an alternative device that you can use to raid out from, and you can keep track of Discord. All right? You know, I'm just now really thinking about this. And what would have been really cool had they chosen to do it was if you have save data for Final Fantasy X. Since 10 is the prequel game to this one. Would have been really cool to be able to transfer our save data from 10 to 10.2. And to get some benefits from that save data. like some extra starting levels for the characters, or some starting items, you know, things like that. That would have been pretty fucking awesome. I think the inability to do so was a bit of a missed opportunity on the part of Square Enix. I've still got a little bit of time, dude. Patience is a virtue. But being live about 15 minutes early is one of the requirements, and we appreciate it. Again, a reminder, please make sure you have alternative devices which you can load Twitch and Discord up on, in case something happens to the primary device that you use and something happens to your stream and we need to get a hold of you to resolve the issue. Like, I've got my phone that's got all the stuff on there, and my laptop, and I have a desktop. So if something happens, I'm good to go. I am not finding Classco. It's supposed to be out here. Alright, so I think... Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was reading up some information on this dress spear I'm trying to get. What's up? No, Dagger. Oh, shit, no, never mind, I am. Shit, my bad. I'm all ready to do the pass-off. Sorry, I mistook time. My fault. I misread the fucking schedule. That's on me. Between the puppy thing that I had to deal with earlier, support pings, plus being live, a little preoccupied. Alright, well, we're waiting for that to go through. I was thinking fucking pass time was 6 my time. 6 CST. I'm getting locked in on doing shit. That's been the problem. That and fucking doing a million things. There we go. That's what I was looking to see. Was that posted? 5/10/25. So that was a while back. Alright. Gremlin's agenda! I don't have my sound alerts up right now. Fucking OBS slows my laptop too much. And I haven't figured out how to get shit connected through my goddamn desktop yet. Desktop doesn't want to work. I'm finding shit that I've been meaning to find that I didn't know I needed to find, so kind of good. Alright, I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom. It's gonna take me a few, so I've got it on the pause screen here. Gonna take me a little bit. Coffee. Taking a shit. Be back shortly. Oh. Woo. Oh, that shit was needed. I feel about 3 or 4 pounds fucking lighter. You okay, S-Chop? S-Chop, you there? Alright, let's go find Clasco. Hey, asshole, I'm trying to talk to you. Machina booster? What the hell is that? Huh. Cool.
arrival, your unit will work with machine faction forces.
Understood.
Elma, you and your men will patrol the high road. Only be sure to avoid stirring up New Yevon.
I'm on it!
You seem pretty busy.
Ooh, must be fun to fire off orders like that now that you're the Maven and all.
Well, I'm only the acting leader.
Acting leader?
That's right. There is only one man fit to be the Maven. Oh, before I forget. This is for you, Lady Yuna. I hope that it will help you understand Muj a little better.
Pokeballs in chat. I don't know about unlimited. Because your head's in the fucking gutter. You're a dude. It's how we are. Let's see. Alright, Dagger. Oh no! It's returned! Fear is nothing to the power of the dark side of the Force. You can't scare me, S-Jap. No, you have no access to the Force. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dexter's Lab. Don't mind the blue screen, just saving the game. I actually prefer Dexter's Lab. For some reason, Courage just never appealed to me. I found Courage to be a tad bit too strange. I like Bravo, and Pink Panther is something I grew up on. Like, the old Pink Panthers are good for the era, but by today's standards, they're fucking trash. And I don't say that to be derogatory. I say it because the truth is the truth. Like, by current standards, a lot of the old cartoons of like the 70s and the 60s that, you know, individuals like me grew up on, they're fucking trash by those standards. Well, I mean, again, they deserve the place in history that they have. If it wasn't for those cartoons, we wouldn't have many of the more modern things in cartoons and stuff that we have. I give credit where it's due. But when you compare more ancient cartoons to more modern cartoons in terms of things like story or graphics or things of that nature. Like, if you think about it, like, I grew up on the OG He-Man, She-Ra, Thundercats, Transformers, Pink Panther, Smurfs, Gummy Bears. Like, there's a huge list that I grew up on as a kid. Okay, like, that's the kind of stuff that I came up with. I remember all of it to one degree or another. I remember all of it. And I can say that without a doubt, that absolutely the cartoons like Flintstones, Jetsons, Pink Panther, Wacky Races, Secret Squirrel, and all of that from way back in the motherfucking day. All of that paved the way for, like, He-Man, Transformers, Darkwing Duck, DuckTales, Kids Next Door, like, all of that. If it wasn't for what we got in the 70s and the 80s paving the way, if it was, or the 60s and the 70s, then if it wasn't for what we got in the 80s paving the way, then what we got in the 90s paving the way, we wouldn't get the cartoons we have today. Like, that's absolutely 100% true. And anybody who cannot recognize that that's where credit's due doesn't understand how any of it really works. And I don't, again, I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to denigrate, you know, or anything like that. I'm just being honest. And the simple truth is, without any of the stuff like what I grew up on, or others grew up on before me, we wouldn't have a lot of what we have today if we'd have any of it. So while there may be cartoons from my childhood that I'm less than enthusiastic about today, there are certainly cartoons that I can no longer fucking stand. I will give those cartoons the credit that they've earned for what they've meant to the industries. Am I really gonna miss out on this dress sphere? I'm thinking I'm not getting this dress spear. I want it, but I am most likely going to be incapable of achieving it. So we're moving on. Tired of fucking wasting time. I mean, there are a bunch of guys that are saying that I should still be able to fucking get it, but I can't fucking find it. Because I can't fucking find Classco. I didn't think that'd do anything, but worth a fucking shot. So, on to Kilika Island, where another badass dress sphere is allegedly located. Snacks, Midwest Gaming. Let me double check my time here. 8:30, so 7:30. Okay. Send that at 7:30. Meanwhile, Alright. Sorry, there was a little bit of a delay there. Had a minor issue in a server in which I am staff that needed monitoring briefly. Mega Potion. That's pretty sweet. Ethers are nice. Damn it, kid, come here. Come here. Mega Elixir. I see a cod lady. I also see a lizard wizard. Now, where's Nico? And little Miss Sparkle Farts. Alright, take care of a few things stream related, my friends. We will definitely get back to what I'm doing momentarily. Alright. Regen bangle, that's actually a pretty decent one. Wall ring, I forget what that does. I think wall ring is something to do with like a constant protect status or something. Not 100% sure. There it is. Oh, better. Wait, ribbons. I really only found the one? Nice. There we go. Might as well check for anything else I'm missing. I mean, I'm fucking here. You know what I mean? Alright, so the dress spear seems to be all I missed here. So it looks like I need to go to Mount Gagazet. There are a couple of dress spears I'm apparently not going to be able to get. That pisses me off. I didn't know about them. The only one that it seems reasonable I might have a chance in hell of getting is the Alchemist. Not sure I can do that. Because I'm reading conflicting things on the Alchemist dress spear. Interesting. 3 grids. 4 grids. All that increased magic defense. We want to put that in there. I'll throw in Samurai 2. What's Scatterburst do again? Okay, that's actually not bad. Alright, we're going to do some training here. Before I get to that, I really do have to go to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be back shortly. Hang tight. Alright, off to the bathroom, coffee run, be back shortly, hang tight. Time to fucking train, because I've got some shit I want to do, but I am not in a position to fucking do it at the moment. That charm bangle isn't gonna do jack shit for me down there.
You're not getting away!
Confident, huh?
Oh, great, a goddamn Marlboro. Oh, well, that wasn't too bad. Alright.
Time to let off some steam.
That wasn't much fun.
Let's see, where am I at with stuff? Alright, you're almost a quarter of the way there. You're about there on one, then you have two more abilities. You're a long way from being ready. All right. Cool, got Scatterburst. Awesome. Need that.
An empty win. No problem.
How the fuck did Yuna get that low? Jesus.
Let's do it!
That's some pretty good shit. Quite strategic about its use.
Easy match.
Ha! Great!
See ya.
That thing is hitting way harder than it should. Surprisingly, my white mage isn't getting hit all that much. I don't know how the hell that's happening.
Time to let off some steam.
Damn, that was a hard hit.
You're going down. That's the spirit.
Hello, Panzoids! I don't recognize the name. But you've been here for a long while, apparently. Which, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the hell out of. Just, I cannot place that name.
Let's finish this lickety-split!
Think we can break our record? Let's just win.
Why don't you help me out here, buddy? What name would I know? Do a backflip and gain good luck? What the hell? It must have just been like forever since you've been in here then, because I honestly don't know the name. Not one I recognize. But I also admit that I have a shit memory, so that doesn't fucking help.
You're going down! That's the spirit.
Classes for what? Ninja 3133. PM, so 9. So. I know, training montages are boring as fuck! If I want to get these last couple of things done, get the episode complete.
itadakimasu.
I mean, 200, 300 experience per fight is really good. A lot better than I'm going to get in most other areas I have access to at the moment.
An empty win.
I think it hurts. Way more than it has any fucking right to. What the hell are sandworms doing down here? Thought those were supposed to be in deserts, maybe forests. Awesome. Oh, I can switch her to something newer. So this is supposed to be one of the best classes in the whole game. I've never seen it, never played it, don't know anything about it. So we'll see what happens with this.
This hurts me almost as much as it hurts you.
Damn. Okay, I like this class. I like it a lot. That darkness ability is fucking good! So good! For the one monster I need to fight, I can see why they recommend that. Absolutely.
No holding back. My pain is your pain.
God, that move hits for so much!
All according to plan.
And that outfit is fucking awesome!
Yuna, Marimas. turned on?
God, what? Pain! Behave yourself, young lady. Turned on? Like the fuck?
Unit gone quiet!
And that ain't a whole lot better, considering there's that soft porn, Girls Gone Wild thing. It's been around off and on for like 20 fucking years now. I should check. Just... There's an option to just like be defensive. I would use that while using the Berserker. Just because Berserker gets counterattack. So basically, anytime anybody in my party is attacked, I just hit them back. So I could go, like, use a defense command, if they had one, wait for a member of the party to get hit, or for me to get hit, and then proceed
This is your lucky day.
to just knock their fucking blocks off.
Do I have to hold your hand?
Or like a Sentinel command would be really good for Berserker. Because if I remember Sentinel correctly, let me double check it. Oh, no, that's not what I need then. Because it doesn't work, I think, the same in this one as it did next to, or Final Fantasy X. But, like, have a command where, like, you go on standby, and then when an ally would get attacked, you proceed to go ahead and take the damage for them by blocking the attack and taking it. Like, a command like that for Berserker would make that class kind of broken.
Signed and sealed.
It would be really awesome.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
I know what I'm switching Yuna to. 100%. Holy shit, chat. Can you believe it's after 9 now? Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom, chat, so I'm putting it on a pause screen. Bathroom coffee run. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Feel better. When I come back to a Pokemon invading my goddamn chat, what are you folks gonna do? Are you gonna put those Pokeballs out? God damn it, Pokeballs out! Oh, I should have went after this fucking dress spear a long time ago. I love it. And again, that outfit? Oh, that outfit's fire, dude. That outfit is absolutely amazing. I love it. I love the mix of like ancient, historically almost accurate, medieval stylish look with a combination of like sci-fi, fantasy, medieval. Like, it just looks really cool. I would love to see someone cosplay that. I really would. I can't fucking wait to see what the samurai armor looks like.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
Where is she at, I wonder? I know it's 400. She's almost halfway. Fuse isn't terrible. Not something I tend to use a lot, but not terrible. Alright, about halfway on that. And about 3/4 of the way done mastering. Not bad.
Time to let off some steam. This hurts me almost as much as it hurts you.
Boy, in that fight, they just wanted to fuck up my healer. They were on a vengeance run on her. Had a fucking hard-on from hell. Class is so badass. Give me a minute, folks.
Great!
Also, that sword, at least the one that they give Riku, and I'm gonna have to see what the other ones look like in that dress sphere, but the Riku blade fucking looks just so cool. I don't know about how practical it would be in actual practice as a weapon. What I do know is that blade looks pretty cool. Like, a replica of that blade would be pretty awesome to have, honestly. Not gonna lie.
No problem.
My pain is your pain. Back.
Yes, Jep? Just so you know, I say you're short and look like a mutant penis.
Always at your service.
It's a wrap! Nice work!
All right. No holding back.
My pain is your pain.
holding back!
This hurts me almost as much as it hurts you!
Almost 3/3 of the way. Cool. She's almost got full life.
Unit on fire! I'm okay with her learning that.
Well, well.
back!
My pain is your pain.
This'll only take 2 rounds.
Give me 1.
My pain is your pain.
That's just a scratch.
Signed and sealed. Unit on fire!
All according to plan.
All right!
My pain is your pain.
Don't miss. Time to let off some steam.
It's a wrap. Leave it to me.
We're just doing some ring around the rosy. Pockets full of pity. Titty, titty. You all fall for ass.
Time to let off some steam.
Did you really just eat one of my characters? Fuck, it serves you right, you carnivorous plant motherfucker. Never seen the Marlboro ever attacked by eating a person before.
Unit on fire.
Ring around the rosy, pockets full of rosy. Ashes, ashes, I'm gonna kick your ass.
It all floats down here.
I didn't realize that she got dropped quicker. Oh, excuse me, I would have read her in time to get all that experience.
I'm gonna whack you good.
And I shall call you Many-Me.
This hurts me almost as much Showtime! Unit on wire!
It's not over yet.
I caught a tall putty tat.
Unit on wire!
Turned on.
Time to let off some steam! All right! No holding back!
Very close to mastering Berserker. Very happy with that. The ability death. Not bad. And she just needs full cure.
Unit on wire!
I hate you.
let's string Barney from that tree with a knife in its gullet and a bullet in its head. Let's make sure that the Barney is dead.
Alright, let's see.
All these people playing Final Fantasy X, but not a lot playing 12. Again, my only particular problem with 12 is the overabundance of over-sexualization of characters. Was it for that, this would be hands down one of the greatest Final Fantasy games ever made. Cool. His settings will allow it. Alright, so we are raiding into Youth's Two Hands, who is playing Final Fantasy X. I will be back, guaranteed, on Friday. Y'all be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun, stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you're from. As viewers, show the love and appreciation and respect to streamers you watch, because it makes doing this job worth doing. Alright? It really does. Now, as viewers, show that same love and respect, or as streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers. We could do this job without them, but what would be the point? This is your almighty Sith Emperor signing the fuck out, saying I will see you guaranteed on Friday. More of this. Might see you for a short time tomorrow night. Don't know yet. See ya.
I'm about to send you something. Check your Snapchat.